That's the way, I like it,
Boo. Hello, Ada. Congrats on being the first today. I forgot to mute my my other PC. Not sure if you heard the echo or not. It's a foggy, chilly day. Actually, it's sunny, but it's kind of chilly still. Damn, my mistake. Yeah. Man, I stayed up late last night, just tweaking the gear on my character. I crafted all the purple gear, and it's pretty strong, although I did have to make some compromises, because I didn't have enough of the pure stats that I wanted. I just threw on some other ones. And today's plan is going to be to get a bunch of reinforcement levels on these. As soon as I manage to wake myself up and actually become capable of talking. How are we doing for inner fire chance right now? 61%. I'm sure we can get that to at least 70, maybe even higher, with just some more reinforcement levels. I've also swapped over to the primordial sword of concentrated inner strength, hence the title. The knight is now concentrating intensely at all times. Yeah, I think this is just the final evolution of any inner fire build. It just scales the damage way more than the other ones do. I wish I could talk. Let me just do a Great Forge to warm up. Oh, we're also completely immune to burn now. So I could probably do all the dangerous netherworld stuff without any worries. I'm gonna keep picking max life whenever, because it really doesn't matter how much max life they have. I did the gold curse that boosts their max life to ridiculous levels. And I can burst DPS to about 13 billion with enough monsters on the screen. But obviously when they just get one shot, as soon as they spawn in, we're hovering at around 300 million maybe. Could just sit in the middle. Oh, I'm also just leveling secondary slots, or leveling skills in the secondary slot, rather. I'm not actually using woodstick. Every type of loot? Sure, whatever. There's the siege leader. Oh, he's gone. Rip. Every time you complete a wave, that's pretty huge to get that this early in a run. That's gonna stack up a lot. Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, I was gonna farm gear for the mage, but after playing this character, I honestly don't think I can make the mage feel any better than this. So I might save the mage for the next major update to the game. Do something with it then, whenever that is. And for now, I think we'll just finish this knight build. Get the refinement, or the reinforcements up to at least 16. Maybe 15. This one double reinforced at 14, I think. That's why it's 16.
Hey, you there.
I don't remember.
Hey, you fishy fella.
Hey, Dark Matter too. But yeah, I think we'll just max out this guy's gear. We might have to make some adjustments to some of the stats. As they level up, they will have higher numbers on them, and we might have to, or we might be able to drop one stat in favor of another. Like, I'm thinking maybe the resists will be capped with one less actual stat on there at some point. I'm not sure though. I'll have to wait and see. Oh, I also need to take another closer look at this tree. Because I honestly don't think the majority of these nodes do anything for me. The inner fire and the critical chance ones do. But the rest of these, I don't think they help me at all. Well, this one helps a little bit. So there's a lot of optimization to be had. The thing is, I don't need it. I was already one-shotting most of the enemies before I got purple gear. I want to run some of the harder nether bosses today and see if I can actually just completely ignore any ground effects and shadow clones and stuff like that. I know I can ignore the fire effects, but corpse explosions and stuff could still hurt me. Hey, Midnight Crow, welcome in. What is that? Oh, just some more quality or quantity. I didn't see. Oh yeah, that build in the link is the early version of this build where I was still figuring things out. I've just upgraded to purple gear and made some changes. Changed the Reaper around, but the inner fireworks one is the best starter version of this build. And it should be able to clear most of the content in the game. I will make an updated build link for this once I'm done refining it. Another every time you complete a wave? Wow, okay. We've got 2 of these modifiers now. That's gonna stack up pretty high. We're only a third of the way through. This might be a really rewarding forge run, actually. We'll try to get some gold out of it as well. You know what? I will even... Wait, no. Should I? If I take this curse, the run will take longer, but I will still be able to finish it. No, I want to do a short run. Because I think I want to do some nether and farm a few more purple items, or maybe finish the legendary chest collection. I'm trying to get more Slormites. So I'm picking Slormite rewards whenever I can, I think. From now on. Being offered mostly Reaper Spirits though. Gold we'll have to do there. Am I missing these guys? That's a bit odd. It just didn't take damage. Also, how far are we from the woodstick leveling up? Pretty far. Man, the masteries are gonna take a long time actually. We're still missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn. Even after Woodstick, we're missing 6 masteries. That's gonna take longer than the rest of the grind combined, probably. I might not do that this time. Could come back to it later, after a patch or something. We'll finish Woodstick now and then maybe switch to the actual skill that we're supposed to be using. Actually, no, I'll keep doing it. I'll just keep a secondary skill leveling the entire time, because we don't actually need the crest shields. I might even switch back to Whirlwind for the specialization. That's what I had initially on the mastery on the skills, I mean, or on the gear. The reason why I switched to Crest Shield was because Mastery increases duration for that. The shield would stay up longer, but I never use it, so it doesn't matter. The damage of Whirlwind also doesn't really matter. But at least I'm using Whirlwind. I guess in a roundabout way it kind of matters, because we get more leech if Whirlwind does more damage. That is at least something that affects our recovery. Yeah, I've convinced myself. I'm gonna switch back to Whirlwind on the items. Let's see if we can tank the exploding corpses now. Should be no problem at all. It's slowly whittling down my Thornbite shield, but the real test will be when we actually lose health. Damn, it's not even going through the Thornbite shield. Alright then. More max life. I'm not even using concentration. Maybe I should do it at least once to show it off. It's just that the enemies aren't living long enough for it to matter. Alright, let's use it here. Yeah, we're breaching 1 billion even when the monsters get insta-killed there. 1 billion DPS. That would scale a lot more if they had health. Have I gotten reinforcement levels yet? Potential is... The level 12 and 11 ones aren't quite there yet. 10 and 9 are, though. We might get enough at the end of this for those two. Actually, let me show you. I'll take the curse now. Let me show you that it doesn't matter. We have all the damage. Well, we don't have it yet. We'll get it in a few rounds, I guess. A few more waves and the curse will show up. In the meantime, I'll keep picking gold, because that'll stack the curse even higher. There we go. Now they get almost 1000% max life. And we're still destroying them. You gained Goldus equal to 100% of the Slorm. Ooh. That's actually quite massive. And they get a 200% shield based on max life, which is also massive. Now we can use concentration for big damage numbers. Yeah, we were almost at 4 billion there. But they didn't last long enough to push higher than that. More life, more gold. Ignore the first 2 hits. Nice. Alright, let's do concentration again. 4 billion. Yeah, they're not lasting long enough to get the more impressive numbers. Nice, more max life and gold, which also scales their max life now. I'll concentrate once we've activated the next wave here. Oh, we can do that as well to make them last longer. Yeah, let me show you this. Now let's concentrate. Oh, next wave. More enemies. I'm gonna need another concentration to clear this, because now they're tanking. Seal of blindness, and we get war chest quantity. Nice. We can now accumulate more monsters and get bigger DPS numbers at least. More max life. Alright, next wave, we'll send it. Ooh, fire waves upon dying. Sure, that's gonna look really nice on the screen. Well, I don't think we pushed much higher than 5 billion there, actually. But it's mostly because they're taking less damage the farther away they are. Another big gold bonus. Sure. Yeah, once this fades, we'll do more damage, but that's gonna be the end of the forge anyway. Another chest quality, nice. Duration 7 waves. I think I see 7 billion there. Is this the final wave? I think it is. Yeah. Alright. One last concentration to end it. This should give a lot of gold. And maybe other stuff too. 21 million gold. Nice. Yeah, we got such big bonuses from those early picks. That gave per wave quantity and quality, I think. I might not have the inventory space to loot all the normal equipment drops here. Okay, I do. Most of it got filtered. Still, a lot of good stuff there. I'm gonna look through and see if there's any triple mods. I don't think I want any more evasion at this point. No, I'll keep it. That's fine. We have stash tab space. Projectile damage reduction. Very niche, but I'll keep that too. Fork chance, nice. Critical strike chance. Elemental damage. Armor. More evasion. Thorns. Armor. Ooh, armor and a rare stat. That's interesting. I don't have a lot of rare stats with 3 exclamation marks. They seem more common on base and defense. Mana regen. Elemental damage. Mana on kill. Alright, we'll put those in here. And we'll check if any of these ones were missing from the legendary chests. Wait, that's trillion. Total damage dealt, 2.3 trillion. Not bad. Alright, I'm gonna scrap these. I really hope they add a 5th salvage all for legendaries in the upcoming quality of life patch. Let's do the 5 middle bosses in the Primordial Nether, just to benchmark the build a bit. Wait, first reinforcement time though. Oh, we didn't get the potential that we needed for some of the items. Do actually have it for this. I don't think I can do that without the highest Slorm though. Slormite. I mean, that's gonna take a lot of harmony. Yeah, we'll keep it at 16 for now. Let's do a double reinforce for this. I am running low on harmony though. I can only do like 7 more guaranteed double reinforce. Maybe 6. Yeah, not even 6 actually. Wow, okay. Is there an alternative to this, actually? Reinforced chance. I get reinforced chance from this. Wait, how does that work? If I do that, and then... No, that doesn't do anything. I actually don't know how that works. I know I need to reduce the failure chance, and I think the harmonies are the only things that do that. No, wait. This one actually needs this one, which I don't have right now, so we'll do one higher. But then... Oh no, okay, never mind. It still gives failure chance, even though we use one higher. Maybe I'll use... Actually, I'll craft these into that. Just craft one of those. Like that. This 9, I'll probably just do a normal reinforce. And then the 11 we'll do a double. And I'm gonna have to farm more harmony somehow. I don't know if I can target that at all. Or if it's just gonna be a matter of just grinding a lot. Actually, I don't think I can target it. Right, I'd really like to get this ring upgraded as well, so let's combine another one of these. And I guess we'll do double on that one too. Alright, everything is now at 10 or higher. This one's the only one that's not at 12 or higher. That is nice. I need to check something here. First of all, shadow resist. We only got 12 extra resists, so I can't take off another shadow stat. I would lose 21.4 if I take it off. Or 21.7, that's too much. How's my armor pen, actually? 113, and we only have it on this one item. And that's fine. We'll only keep it on this one item. We get the rest from attributes. Somewhere in this tree. Here, Zorn. Yeah, I've changed class. Completely different build. And it's really strong. What was I doing? Oh, right. I wanted to check if my legendary stats are actually rolled correctly. Yeah, this one is at 17, which is the max roll for the conquest stack. Nice. Move speed, 28, yep. 27, yep. This one's also max rolled. I actually don't know if I want to keep this. I did not see any Elden Ring stuff now. I really don't care about Souls-likes at all. Not my jam. Zero interest. That one's max rolled too. Goes that. This one doesn't have a roll. That one's max roll. And this one I was maybe going to change as well. Because I feel like restoring a percentage of your missing life is not really helpful. Initially, when I saw the Coward's Belt, I thought it was your max life, which would be huge, but when it's only a percentage of your missing, it's not that strong unless you're doing like a low life build. I guess that's probably the point of it. You should do a low life build with it. Reserve some of your life. I love that we can just ignore the burns now. Feels good. Hey, Visions. Yeah, Inner Fire is awesome. I feel like the damage of Inner Fire might be a little bit overtuned, but don't tell the devs. Hey, Beat ML. Can you quickly explain this build and how it works? Sure. I will make like a build showcase video once it's done. I have one on YouTube for the early version of the build if you want to see that. You do billions of DPS. I can also do billions of DPS, but the enemies don't really have enough health to allow that to happen. I'm not even evasion stacking. I'm just building max life, some inner fire, some raw damage, some crit and ancestral. So, how this build works is you hit stuff with Whirlwind, and while you're channeling Whirlwind, the Inner Fire does more damage. But what you need to activate the build, basically, is you need a bit of Inner Fire chance. That makes it so you get those rotating balls whenever you hit something. And then some legendary effects really help, like the Inner Sanctum of Astorius makes it so you can have more of them. And Unquenchable Fire makes them bigger, which also means they cover more of the screen. And Gazloka's Conquest gives you even more max charges and stacks a bunch. And then if you use this sword Like, early on, you want to use the fireworks one, because it gives you inner fire charges, or inner fire chance, rather, for free. But once you have the chance on the gear, you want to switch to this one. Because it basically makes your duration extremely long, and scales the damage more. And this scales duration based on your max charges, so you don't actually need duration on gear anymore once you go for this one. And then you can activate concentration to get a burst of damage for bosses. The damage is all from the rotating orbs. There's practically no damage from anything but the rotating orbs. They do all the damage. That is the inner fire. Yeah, I had the shoulder legendary on the early version of the build with inner fireworks. But this one scales better. The concentration one scales the damage way higher. But I guess if you're using the broken evasion stacking scaling, then that's gonna also scale damage of any build, basically. Oh, we got nothing interesting here. Now, which one was that? That was Cinderolus. Okay, let's do them in anti-clockwise order. Let's do this one now. Counterclockwise, I mean. Hey, Pee-wee Dale. Yeah, there's WASD controls in this. I haven't tried using click to move in this, but I feel like the movement speeds get too ridiculous for click to move to be effective. I would just click in the wrong spots due to the camera moving. Can this build function as low level? It depends. I mean, I think the minimum I would recommend in order to activate the build properly is the primordial sort of inner fireworks. But yeah, if it's a second character, you can bootstrap it to get it working by forging the correct weapon. Also, hey, Secure. The main hurdle to get started with an inner fire build is just the chance to proc inner fire in the first place. If you can solve that issue, then you can easily do it at low level. Oh shit, I'm actually not recovering enough. Whoa.
Hey, you there. Yeah, you, fishy fella.
Too many shadow clones. Hey, broken one. You get the primordial version by leveling it up. You need it at level 100 minus some levels for your affinity for that Reaper Smith. Didn't get anything. Yeah, you can get inner fire chance on the ray. That's true. As mage.
Hey, you there. Yeah, you, fishy fella.
Yeah, you. Hey, Motley. If you have the non-primordial version, you need some inner fire chance crafted on your gear. I haven't tried it, but basically the stats inner fire chance. You need some of that to compensate for the lack of chance on your Reaper. It does give 15% on the normal version, but that's not really enough to get it to feel good. If you can get the inner fire chance stat on 1 or 2 items in addition to that, you can probably make it work at low level. Hey, Hellboy. You level the entire way as inner fire with a second character? Yeah, with a second character you have way more options in order to well, you have more resources to craft with, and also you have more ancestral stones, so you could just get the ancestral gifts for inner fire chance, for instance, this one. Oh yeah, the one I'm using right now lets you just spawn 5 immediately, but only if you don't have any. That can be helpful, but I really don't feel like 5 is enough early on. I don't know. It didn't feel good for me when I was trying to use this weapon early. I felt like the inner fireworks one was better early on. But it really depends on how you build your gear and which class you're using. The skill I mentioned, you'll have to be more specific. Rip ads, so... Tipo ads. I wish I could turn them off, but I can't. I don't understand how people can actually watch Twitch without having some kind of way to get around the ads. Either turbo or some kind of ad blocker. It's literally unwatchable for me when there's ads all the time. I just have turbo. Attack speed, we'll do that. Raw damage, we can keep that. And this one was attack speed, okay. We did that one, right? Did we just do this one? I forgot. I'm pretty sure we haven't done this one at least. Do I only get charge from non-warlord ones? Welcome back. I don't know which skill you mean by when you said what's the skill you mentioned. I don't know which skill you mean. You'll have to be more specific. Like in what context did I mention a skill? Specific skill to get early on when on second playthrough. Oh, passive. Inner Sanctum on the Ancestral Legacy. Because then, if you have the blue stone, you can just put that there, and you can go wherever you want. Don't build like this, though. This is not a good Ancestral Legacy tree. I just never got around to changing it. You don't need Fire Imbue or Walking Bombs or anything. It doesn't really help the build at all. I just never bothered to change it, and it's still working, so I'll figure something else out eventually. But for right now, I just don't care. I mean, it is... Part of the reason why I chose to go this way is so I could path to this, and then use the bluestone there for crit. But it's very suboptimal, I think. I could probably get way more damage from other nodes. But I haven't really done enough research to figure it out yet, so I'll do that later. Yeah, you could use the bluestone for Inner Sanctum and get a bunch of raw damage from other places, or fix your recovery maybe by going other places. You have a lot of options in this game. And if something's not working, you can just respec for free, which is great. Just try to experiment and figure it out. I really don't think you should follow a guide in this game. It is way more satisfying to just figure it out for yourself. Because there's so many different ways you can go about things and make it work. You don't have to play optimally in this. And I like that. Nothing of value here. Damn. No 3 exclamation mark pure stats, so I'll take this one. Also no new legendaries. Maybe I should target some that I'm missing. I want to complete my collection. I have all of the ones from these 5 actually, right now. Right, but I wanted to do all the 5 middle ones, so let's do the last one. And then I'll go find some specific legendaries that I'm missing from the collection. Oh, this is the slippery ice one. Permanent ice skating in the dungeon. Ow, okay. I guess my recovery is not up to snuff here. You know what I might do? I might switch to transference just for this one. Now this gives you the ability to leech from your inner fires, which can be really helpful in situations like this where you can't recover because you never get close to the enemies before they die. But if I can leech from my inner fire, then I can leech whenever I kill them. It does mean I lose a lot of my duration, but I can generate new charges. That's fine. These primordial netherworld things are kind of annoying. I totally get why people go with the broken evasion stacking build, because it's pretty much immortal, but I just didn't want to play a meta build. I wanted to make my own. As long as I just keep moving from breach to breach and keep killing things, I should recover. Oh, now we have shadow clones as well. That's great. Having more success with armor so far? Well, it's not just stacking evasion, you also need the specific, I think it's a unique maybe, or maybe a reaper, I don't remember, that enables evasion to be overpowered and broken. You can't just stack evasion. It is a specific mechanic, or a specific interaction with uniques, I think. Uniques or a reaper. Oh, the belt to stagger, or capping the amount you can take in a hit. Oh, I see. So not the stagger belt, but the other one. That makes sense. I'm not generating enough charges here. Let's get close to them. We could switch back to this now. We don't need that recovery right now. And we'll just buzzsaw. Alright, nothing new here either. Yeah, the boots can be problematic when they apply the dot to you and you have nothing to leech from. Shouldn't you rely on regen though instead of leech? There are many ways to go about it. I think leech is best for most builds. If you don't scale hit points though, I think life regen can be really good because it's a flat amount, right? It restores a flat amount of health. Okay, we want these gauntlets. Yay, my wood stick is finally leveled. Time to level throwing sword. Hey G-Bon, what a boosted character. Just started playing a few hours. Game is very good, need to find some farming setup and complete the campaign. Yeah, there's a lot of fun builds in this. I suggest just experimenting and figuring out what works for you. One thing I like about this game is that it's they allow things to be overpowered. They don't nerf everything into oblivion. So there's a lot of broken builds that will just obliterate things. And they are allowed to exist. And you can change everything for free. Yeah, that's what makes it so great for experimentation. You can just respec until you figure out what works. With no penalty. The only thing that does kind of have a penalty for experimentation is recrafting your gear, because that's a bit expensive. Wait, I didn't change my actual skill. There we go. You got 44 million gold for one forge run earlier. Nice. I think the most I've gotten was like 20 mil, which I got today. With the gold curse. No, don't do that. For some reason, I thought I was in Forge, and I wanted to do the next wave. My mind immediately went to Forge when I read chat. So I hit the leave expedition button to go next wave. Yeah, I can't quite AFK because I need to still hit things to trigger inner fire, but yeah. I can sit in the middle of the map and just do next wave while spinning endlessly. So slippery. The hardest part of the Nether is navigating the maps, honestly. Oh, triple elemental resist on Gazlokas. I want to reroll these two though. Oh, that's the one I need for my collection. Why is this highlighted? Oh, it's plus 11. Life regen, nice. Armor. Okay, let's check the rest of the legendaries. I don't think any of them should be new. But I might as well just double click on them to see. Let's get some Slormite from this. Alright. Any other unique items I'm missing here? I think they reroll every time you complete something. Okay, there's one. Web of crawling shots. Okay, we'll do this one again then. Oh shit, this was the annoying one. Wasn't it? Yeah. Might want to go back to the transference sword. So we can actually recover. I just have to keep moving. Missed the breach. Alright, let's see what that legendary was. Oh, it was unquenchable. Nice. Yeah, as you can see, I don't really have a lot of recovery when I'm not leeching, which is a bit of an issue that I meant to solve it, but I never really managed to fix it completely. I could potentially add some more life regen to the build. That would help a bit. But it might not completely solve it. The thing is, we're not scaling raw damage high enough. Like, we have some raw damage, but we don't have enough to make Immortal Grasp really overpowered. That would be the solution if you were scaling raw damage to ridiculous levels. Because that will just give you a massive heal every time you take a hit. I want the fragments. This guy is such a pain. Can't even get close to him without stepping on corpses. There we go. That's the one I needed. Nice. Max life. That is stuff we need for the mage build that I was thinking of doing. But like I mentioned earlier, I think I'll probably save the mage build for a future update patch or whatever. I think once I'm done optimizing this character, I'll probably move on for a while and come back to Slormancer later. After they update it. Any other legendaries for the collection? Relentless Transference. Okay. This one's way more chill because we are immune to fire. No burns for me. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to solve the Shadow Clone and Corpse Explosion problems without having just massive defense somehow. On this build, anyway. On a different build, I could solve it pretty easily. Hey, Kadank. Quack. Quack morning. Am I actually using skills, or is this an auto bomber? I'm using Whirlwind to trigger Inner Fire. Inner Fire is the white balls you see rotating around me. But I do need to Whirlwind and hit stuff in order to proc those from my Inner Fire chance. So it's not quite an auto bomber. Auto bombers are possible though, with a different setup. Maybe not Inner Fire, but there's another thing that can function as an auto bomber. I forgot what it's called. I think there's a couple of different mechanics that can do it. Okay, we'll take that. That's what I was here for. We're missing Arcane Lord. Okay, we're still missing 3 from that, 1 from that, 2 from that, 1 there. Okay, we're missing quite a bit here actually. I was missing way more than I thought. Let's reinforce another item. We'll do that. Oh wait, I shouldn't go for the double yet. I want to make sure I go for the double at 13 or 14. If I hit, like if I go straight to 14 now, the next one's going to be more expensive because it will require this. I prefer not hitting the double here. And then doubling from 13 to 15 instead. Same thing here, get it to 13 and then double next time. I mean, it is possible to go higher, but it's just so expensive. I'll probably stop caring about reinforcement after 15 for most items. Yeah, we have a bunch that are ready for the final double reinforce. Hey, we just breached 100k max life. That's not bad. On a build that doesn't really stack max life. Hey, Danhawks, thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. Is Nether best to get Reapers? They got like 5 and 15 minutes. Hey, Mandeko. I think I think the normal battlefield is best to get Reapers, but I'm not sure. The way you get Reapers is by clearing a lot of breaches. And if you do battlefield in Royal Wing, that's the fastest way to clear breaches, I think. Because I believe the Reapers mainly appear whenever you clear a breach. You can also get them in Slorm Temple, but that feels slower. To me, anyway. I got all of them now, so I can't really show how to get them. But basically, this type of gameplay where you just quickly clear Royal Wing over and over, going from floor to floor. I guess you could do some Slorm Temple in between if you want to use your Elder Slorm. Nether is best for getting... I mean, Nether is the only place to get the purple items, though. Purple items are really strong. On the other hand, Nether is also the most tedious content. I don't really like most of the map layouts and the annoying modifiers that you get. What is that? Oh, acrimony. Clearing a forge takes so long. Yeah, I think that the fastest that you can do a forge is maybe just over 25 minutes if you kill everything instantly. But it just takes a while to spawn everything. Let's do more Nether. I'll try to find some more legendaries that are missing from my collection. There's a ring. "26 minutes was your best run?" Yeah, so I think 25 would be the hypothetical minimum, but in real world conditions, you'll probably never get better than 26. It actually starts the timer as soon as you enter the forge, not when you start the wave, I've noticed. So if you just stand in the forge before starting it, it still takes your... like, your time spent in there will still be adding to the timer. What effect makes those bubbles around you? What, inner fire? These bubbles are inner fire. wait, I've closed enough. I missed the portal, I think. Yeah, it's over here. Wow. Maybe I need to do transference for this guy too. Because I do take a lot of damage from shadow clones. Nah. I'll just dodge them. Yeah, now we can just buzzsaw him here. He's actually quite tanky. I was not expecting this. What does he have? Huh. If I have more than 100% inner fire crit... do you mean critical strike chance? Or are you actually talking about inner fire chance? I don't actually know if you can get more than one per hit. I tried asking in the Discord server and nobody answered me. I would probably aim for about 100%. Especially since I don't know if you can get more than 100% and still have it double proc. If you use Primordial Inner Fireworks, you instantly get 100%, which is pretty free. The first build I played that got me through the game was this one, Forkin Arrow Shot Huntress. Very easy to play. Or very easy to build, especially, because you just go for the pure raw damage stacking with the Big Fury. And then just spam projectiles on the Huntress. Can you show how to access that place to farm Reapers? Battlefield. And then switch over to, Careful Examination. Royal Wing. And play at whatever Wrath level is comfortable for you to clear. Don't try to push to the highest Wrath level you can possibly clear. Like, do the one that's fast and smooth for you. I think with this build I could go Wrath 10 plus 100 just fine. Let's try it. But it doesn't add extra rewards for the plus 100. So Wrath 10 is optimal. Yeah, the elites are a bit tankier, but other than that, 10 plus 100 is fine. And if I activate the concentration skill, the elites will also melt. Everything melts with concentration up. But yeah, there's no real reason to play on Wrath 100. Oops, I meant to go home. Oh well. Oh well, we'll clear another floor then. How do I get so many inner fires? I put some max charges on gear, and then also this chest gives a flat bonus, which can be scaled by percentage increases. And does this give a bonus as well? I can't remember. No, this gives duration. Oh, it's the ring. Because Loca's Conquest gives inner fire max charges. This requires a little bit of crit chance and ancestral strike chance to get going. Not much though. And then whatever I get from the ring and from the inner sanctum will be multiplied by my percentage increase. So that's pretty nice. Hey, very mad Matt. What does inner fireworks scale? Well, inner fireworks, the weapon. How do I put this? The firework effect that this procs scales off elemental damage, but you don't really care about that. You care about inner fires and their damage. And the inner fires scale from raw damage. And that's going to be the majority of your damage, even if you're using inner fireworks. I guess you could build around the elemental damage and scale the fireworks effect. I've never tried it though. That would be a different build. Alright, let's go back to normal Wrath 10. And Nether. We want to farm some more legendaries that we don't have yet. Wow. Where are they? All I see is green check marks. Okay, there's one. This dungeon layout's so frustrating. With the closed doors and stuff. I'm honestly a little bit tempted to go to change the build back to not using concentrated inner fire or concentrated inner strength. I don't know. See, the problem with building for this is I don't build any inner fire duration on my gear because I get it for free on this. But that also means that if I switch to another Reaper, like the Transference or Inner Fireworks or any specific elemental one, I no longer have good duration. Because I don't have any on gear with this setup. So building for this just means I'm forced to use this mostly. That is a bit annoying. What's a good build? Like an OP Immortal one button build? I recommend asking in the official Slormancer Discord server. They have a build compendium channel there. You can get the link from the main menu of the game. Inner Fire can do that, but in order to be immortal, you need to do a different defensive setup than the one I'm doing. I'm not quite immortal. I mean, I'm immortal in Forge and Battlegrounds, but not in Nether. There are a few specific things in Nether that can kill me since I don't get to leech fast enough. This one or Fireworks, they can both be made immortal. It's not really about which Reaper you use, it's more about which defensive setup you use. Let me reroll. None of them have 3 stats anyway. Oh, I got a purple. Damn, okay, I'll take that then. Alright, we'll put that in the box. Raw damage on the magic slot, that's nice. More elemental resist. There's another red cross. I wish it wasn't on this one though, because this one has permanent shadow clones. So annoying. Maybe I'll try the dodge stacking for the mage builds, because I've gotten a lot of evasion 3 exclamation mark pure stats on random gear that I can then graft onto purples. Now, I guess you need fire resistance as well to be immune to the burns. The ground effect burns, I mean. Am I actually hitting the shadow clones, I wonder? I can't damage them, but maybe I can hit them to trigger inner fire. It does sound like it when I'm running past them. Sounds like I'm doing something with them. Maybe I can even leech from them, or life on it. Okay, there's the amulet I wanted. Let's just take that. Thorns damage on rare. I don't know if I'll ever make a Thorns build. But I do have quite a few of these now. Maybe I'll go through my tabs and clean up the ones I'll never use at some point. Yeah, if you... See, the thing is, if you can do some kind of insane raw damage scaling, the Immortal Grasp gauntlets and... the helmet that makes you immortal when you should have died, like the cheat death helm, that will help you a lot. The other helm legend to give dodge at 1 HP. By the way, if you need to theory craft a build for this, go to this page and then use the search function and the filters to find the mechanics you're interested in. That's really helpful for theory crafting and coming up with your own builds. Like, you could just type in evasion in the search bar and see which legendary effects do anything related to evasion, for instance. And then read exactly what they do. Okay, there's one. Lucky Marauder. Haven't even gone to farm nether gear outside the 2 pieces I have. Just been forge grinding and leveling my last character. Yeah, I only... This character was in level 100 gear until yesterday. Last night I went through and gave him purple gear, finally. I don't have any other characters with purple gear. But I do have them all at level 100 now. The mage doesn't really have a proper build yet, though. Oh, I forgot a breach down here. Which character do I like the most? I personally enjoy this build the most so far. But I felt like the knight was a bit of a pain to level at the really early stages. The huntress was probably the best starter character when you have nothing. For me anyway. I didn't find a good build for the mage for leveling until I was already pretty high level, so I struggled a bit at first. But the huntress was so easy with just arrow shot and fork from the passives. Your mileage may vary though. Maybe you'll find some combination that I missed. Wow. He got deleted. Ancestral strike damage. Eh. I'll probably never build around that. We're trying to get an item I didn't find yet. Oh, never mind. I guess we go for the nether thingy. Hey Lakai, welcome in. I'll do a proper build update once I've refined it a bit. I'll probably get to it this week or next week and make a YouTube video for it. But currently I am still getting my gear reinforced, and then once it's at 15 plus reinforcement level, I'll maybe move some of the epic stats around a bit and see if I can get my resists just around 100 instead of being so far over. And maybe some other stats will need changing as well. We'll see. It's the kind of stuff I should really do in the build planner on K-Rack, but I'm too lazy. Alright, this can level and this can level. Let's try to do that. That'll be the double for that one to get it to 15. And then we don't really care about reinforcing these any further until we've got everything else at 15 plus. I'm running low on harmony, so I'm not gonna do a forced double here. Just do another +1 for that one until we get it to 13. Wait, did I deposit? No, I didn't get the legendary I was missing at all. I've been using the inner fireworks sword, but I'm wanting to try the one you've got on instead for the plus inner fire flat damage, but I assume I've got to roll my inner fire chance onto my gear. Yes. Either that or just settle for having the 5 you get from the spell, but it's... I feel like that's not really enough. You do You do need some inner fire chance on the gear, in my opinion. I've only got about 62%, but that is definitely more than enough. The thing about inner fireworks, though, is you can do a different legendary effect on shoulders. What's making them so large? The cape, unquenchable fire. Whenever they deal critical damage, they grow up to 10 times. That's a big, important part of the build to make them clear way better. You need a little bit of crit chance from attributes or gear, or both. As well as Gazloka's Conquest needs some Ancestral Strike chance as well. Because this will give max charges. But with the Primordial Inner Fireworks, you can definitely make it work with very low gear levels. Not much gear at all. Get the build up and running at least. Alright, we're still targeting this Marauder Cape. I'm currently just trying to collect all the legendaries and the legendary chests for the achievement. And while doing so, I'm also just farming resources to craft gear for another character. How do you make to see your enchantment level on gear? Not hovering mouse over it. There's checkboxes right here in the inventory. Reinforcement, extras, purity, and level. There's a lot of hidden quality of life features in this game. Like, surprisingly good ones that just aren't explained very well. I should probably make a video about those. Because I think a lot of people just miss them. Myself included at the start. Like, I was missing out on a lot of quality of life because I didn't know they were there. Some options and some checkboxes, etc. Alright, let's just go challenge the Warlord. Deleted. Oh, 2 purples. Wow, okay. This one has crit strike chance with 2 exclamation marks already baked in. Helmet with max life. Damn. That's a tough choice. But I think I already have bracers. And I don't think I have a spare helmet, so I'll take that. I did have a spare helmet. Oh well. Now I have 2. Alright, I've been going for 2 hours. I think I'm gonna take a quick break here and get my second coffee. I'll be back shortly. BRB. Boo. Alright, we are back. Let's do some more nether. We're still trying to get this cloak, but I keep getting purples when I don't want them. I mean, I do want them, it's just that they're not my reason for farming here right now. I'm trying to complete my legendary chest collection. My legendary collection chests, rather. Would it be recommended to reach level 100 before killing the boss for Bluestone? Is that Adam Nostris? You don't really need level 100 for Adam. You just need a strong build. And play the mechanics of the fights. I actually have a highlight of the Adam fights when I did it the first time. I have a highlight on my channel from that fight with my Huntress. He is really tanky. Like, you need a pretty strong build to beat him, and you also need to play into the mechanics and not make the whole arena full of degen bubbles, or puddles rather. Feels so weak. Clear fine, but bossing is ugh. Yeah, you probably need more. Wait, nope, not that. Probably need more raw damage on your gear. But it depends on what kind of build you're doing. Some kind of a avoid one-shot mechanic. Yeah, that can be helpful, but I think I did him without that, and he didn't actually one-shot me I had decent defense without any kind of cheesy legendary mechanic. Mage clone build is pretty good for bossing, I would think. But you do need to scale the damage somehow. Is there a way to upgrade primordial weapons? Hey, Albenza. The primordial version of the weapon is the final upgrade. Alright, we're gonna take the cape here. Oh, nice, it has inner fire chance too. But it's not 3 exclamation marks. So I'll probably not craft it. So you can do some things to affect their power a little bit, like affinities. That will give you a little bit of Reaper damage and effect multiplier on them. But once they're primordial and level 100, or whatever is the max level for that particular Reaper, you can't improve the Reapers anymore. And you can improve your affinity by adding it on gear as well. You can see I have +5 Astoria's affinity on all my pieces. How do you get affinities? Great Forge. You get these Reaper Smith spirits and you upgrade here. If you're asking how to get primordial Reapers in the first place, you just level the normal one until it goes primordial. I'm not quite sure what you're asking. You have a primordial one. Okay, so then once it's max level, it's pretty much maxed out. And you can get affinity up to 100 plus 50 from gear. But you can scale other things. Is there no red cross here anywhere? I'm pretty sure I haven't finished my legendary collection fully. I would get the achievement then. Oh, there's one. Yay, we're skating. See, I was gonna do a mage stack, or a life stacking build on the mage, but maybe I'll try the evasion stacking instead, because everyone seems to be hyped about that. It probably is the most broken mechanic in the game currently. To just get so much free raw damage and on top of that be immortal. Yeah, like, you can easily... Well, maybe not easily. I don't know how easy it is. But you can get 99% evasion and then almost never get hit. And then when you do get hit, you have mitigation mechanics in place to make sure you don't get one-shot. And that you can recover life before you get hit again a second time. But it's also the fact that it scales your damage to ridiculous levels. This guy's a tank. There we go. Oh. I guess I'll take another thing instead. Evasion. Speaking of evasion stacking, we can graft that onto something. Ellie resist. I have a lot of that. Probably never gonna use most of it. Ooh, Ellie damage and max life. Actually, the max life is only 2. I wish there was a highlight to show whether or not these items were in the chest. Like, if they were missing from my legendary collection chest, they should be highlighted somehow in inventory. That would be really helpful. Because I don't feel like checking every one of them individually every time I find a new one. Hey, D-Kidda. Morning. It's getting harder and harder to find the bosses that actually have the ones I'm missing. I feel like I've checked them all. Am I missing something? All I see is green check marks. Damn, okay. I'll just run this one over and over, because that one's a really fun one. Because we get this layout, and the permanent modifiers just make things more tanky, which is fine for this build. So this is probably my favorite boss to farm, if I'm just gonna farm one and another. The monsters being more tanky just means we get more inner fire hits. And get to enjoy or build a bit more before everything melts. I'm not really doing a good job of efficiently clearing these rooms. I'm kind of fried today. I was up late, crafting the gear. Woke up with a slight headache. I think the reason you aren't seeing the others is they're class specific. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe I need to do it on the other classes. Oh, that sucks. But you're probably right. Yeah, you're right. One was the arcane one for the mage. I'm pretty sure. Let's see how quickly I can delete this guy once my stacks are maxed. Actually, we don't need to max them. We can go now. Oh, he still gets temporary invulnerability, though. Alright. I'll reroll for potential pure stats. Huh. Life leech with 2 exclamation marks. That might be worth keeping. Nah, I changed my mind. We're not settling for 2 exclamation marks. Only the best. Oh, that's an interesting one. Raw damage percentage on magic. I feel like I've gotten a lot of the base stat flat raw damage one. And not many percentage raw damage ones. Okay, I think all of these things are just for scrapping. Again, I really wish there was a legendary salvage all. Because this process is kind of tedious. But once I've completed the collection, I think we'll apply the same filters to legendaries. So I don't have to worry about manually scrapping them anymore. Alright, let's do a little bit of forge. For some variety. Slormite is a priority here. Because we're still working on reinforcing our gear to 15 plus. Let me just try to pick every single Slormite option, no matter what the modifier is. Unless there's something extremely good. Okay, so now we don't get a Slormite option. I'll do equipment then. Man, I love this song. It's so good. I don't think we want the curse this time. Siege leader. I think it's always good to go for the siege leader as early as possible, because once you defeat the siege leader, you get a choice between 3 modifiers, and some of them can be really helpful. Sometimes they give you bonuses that last for the entire rest of the run, and just give you a lot more reward. The sooner you get them, the better. I guess I'll take gold. When there's no Slormite option, I'll take gold or equipment. No longer need Reaper Forge spirits, really. Unless we just want to max out the runes. Which I guess we could. We could max out the runes we're not using. Just for completionism. There's my Slormite option. Just sipping some coffee here. Enemies, ignore hits, fine. Even more siege leader. Yes, please. When I was playing Forge last night, I actually leveled up all the primordials. I mean, I went through every single Reaper, leveled it up to primordial level on the Knight at least. So we completed the entire collection for Knights. It took less time than I expected it to. They're not all max level, but they're all primordial at least. Yay, the leader's here. Let's delete him. Yay, the leader is gone. Gold immediately increased. Oh, these are all bad. Damn, these are actually negative. I don't want them. Oh, Elder Slorm, I guess? I don't care about normal Slorm, so we'll do the Elder Slorm. Unlucky. This was going to be my Slormite run, but I'm not getting the option to increase Slormite most of the time. There we go. Slormite at last. It might be interesting to try a fresh save at some point. After I've done all the achievements, I could do like a fresh save run and see if I can put some of the things I've learned about the game to use from the very beginning of the game. Ooh, that's a lot of Slormaline. But I think we'll just take the war chest quantity. We completely ignore both of these burn effects because of max fire res, which is really convenient. Same thing with the shadow thingy, shadow curse. Enemies have 75% max life for the rest of the expedition? Sure. Oh, just to increase the duration of waves without looking. Oops. Or duration of cataclysms by 2 waves, rather. That's fine. Throwing sword, leveled again. Man, this takes so long. That might be the most time-consuming part of getting all achievements. Just leveling all of the skills to 15. for every class. Especially if your build needs both skill slots, it's gonna be so tedious having to swap one out. Thankfully, this one doesn't need both skill slots. We just use Whirlwind. So I can put whatever to level in the other slots. More enemies. Yeah, we'll give him more max life. That's fine. If you fail Forge, you get your chest, but any percentage increase bonuses are lost. So if you had like bonuses to the amount of stuff in your chest, you don't get the full amount. But you do get the spirits you've collected, just not the multiplier for them. The chest will spawn in town after you die. Upcoming curse. Nah. Let's do that. Are we looking for potential? There's a few at 12 ready to go. Converts all the Reaper Smith spirits to the type of your current Reaper. Nah, I don't need that. Allied Obelisk of Illusion adds plus 2% war chest quality every time you complete a wave. Yeah, let's do that. We can instantly kill this. Oh, it's already dead. It's already on our side. And now we just guard this and keep it alive for the rest of the run. For plus 2 every wave. Hello, Nape. Welcome in. The build in that link is the early stages of the build, where I had less gear. It's a little bit different than what I'm using right now. But it was still really strong, even at that early stage. And honestly, my build is still not optimized, and I might just never get around to optimizing it. Looking for a build with Sword of Concentrated Inner Strength without legendary items. Well then, you shouldn't be using that sword without legendary items. Because it kind of needs them. Let me show you what you need at the bare minimum to use the sword, the primordial version. You need the Mantle of the Unquenchable Fire, because it makes the inner fire grow. You need Gizloka's Conquest, because it gives you a lot of max charges, which in turn scales your duration from the sword. And I think that's it, right? Yeah, okay, this one's also really good. Inner Fire max charges on Sanctum of Astorius as well. Yeah, it's just these 3 items. Because Loca's Conquest, Unquenchable Fire, Sanctum of Astorius. Those are the required items to scale this. Only have this one with plus Inner Fire max charges. I see. But if you're gonna use this sword instead of Inner Fireworks, you need to get Inner Fire chance on your gear somehow. You need to craft a bunch of Inner Fire chance on some items at least. Otherwise, you're just not gonna have enough Inner Fires. I would really just recommend, if you're low on gear, you should try to get the primordial sort of Inner Fireworks instead, because it just gives you all the Inner Fire chance for free, and your damage is good enough. Is there any way to trigger Inner Fire by itself? I'm not sure what you mean. You need to melee hits, or use a specific skill that triggers it. I'm using Whirlwind to trigger it, by hitting monsters with Whirlwind. But you need the Inner Fire chance in order to make that happen. Hey Sully, good morning! Another obelisk. Sure, let's do that. Where is it? Okay, it's in the opposite side, so we'll stay in the middle, I guess. To try to keep both of them alive. Yeah, you don't want a legendary reroll unless you have enough resources to go through the entire mod list. Like, you want to save up your legendary Slormalines. I think that's what they're called. Yeah, these ones. You want to have enough of these and enough gold to be able to roll through the entire mod list. Because if you stop and try again, you can get the same things again. Another option, if you're in the endgame, you could try to target the specific legendary you want from the nether. They drop from warlords. And then you can craft other stats you want on that specific legendary. But that's only if you're in the endgame. Yeah, the Fireworks Sword will at least get you to the end game pretty comfortably, I would think. It did for me, anyway. I still think that this cape is probably pretty important in order to make the build feel nice, because it makes them grow really large. Gets you a lot more AoE coverage. Are warlords as strong as Adam Nostris? They're different. The hardest part is not the warlord itself, it's the map leading up to it, because you have a bunch of permanent cataclysms as well as a bunch of random ones from every breach. And some of them are really nasty combinations. The size seems to basically close any gaps in the bullet hell. I think it also just makes them spread out farther. I'm not sure, though. I haven't really seen what it looks like with max charges without them having grown. We could test it, though. We could take off the cape and see what they look like when they never grow. We'll have to wait until these ones are gone, though, because I believe they'll stay grown. It might take a while, because we have really long duration. We are dealing significantly less damage now, as you can see. Without the cape. Yeah, I'll put it back on. I don't want to lose my obelisks. I don't know, maybe the orbit's the same. With or without the cape, it's just the size of them that's different. You could be right. This was going to be a Slormaline run, but we're not really... No, I mean Slormites. But we're not really getting offered Slormite rewards a bunch. Unfortunate. quantity is nice. I'll do that. For the rest of the expedition, you gain plus quality for every type of loot. Convert quantity, Slorm quantity to war chest quantity. That's pretty big. That's just a flat quality bonus. I think we do quantity from the Slorm thing. I don't care about Slorm. Yeah, those corpse explosions didn't even scratch my shield. There's my Slormite. Give me that. Both obelisks are looking very healthy. That's nice. Getting a lot of value out of them. I think they should add an endless mode to Forge. I think that would be fun. And just keep forcing you to pick permanent modifiers over time. Every 10 or 5 waves or so after the 100th. Just make it harder and harder until it's really tough. Although it might break the performance on some lower end systems. You can already make the game pretty laggy with the current limitations. If you pick too much life on the monsters. 2 more waves. How are we doing on potential? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 items to upgrade. Nice. I'm probably not gonna have enough harmony to do all of them double. There we are. That's a lot of random equipment. Let's see what we got. No! I'm trying to get the items. Oh right, wrong button. It's E to loot items and F to open the chest. Damage over time. Overdrive damage. All damage reduction. Armor in the defense slot. Raw damage on the base. Classic. All damage reduction on base. More flat armor. Defense of flat armor. Wait, no, that's percentage armor. That's still good though. Ooh, crit chance on epic stats. I'll take that. Rare stat max life. So I have 2 grafts left on some of my items. I think I want rare stat inner fire for this. For that one. And I haven't found that yet. Inner fire chance, that is. This one, I believe I need rare stat max life. Which is this. I mean, it's not flat, but it's still better than not having a pure stat on there. Yeah, we'll graft this onto the ring. Cool. Right, I don't have any other percentage max life on it, right? No. Max life replaces max life. That looks correct. And I want to lock it too. Just in case. That gave me a pretty decent chunk of health, actually. Not too bad. But yeah, we're looking for a rare stat for this one. But I do think I want just inner fire chance and nothing else. It might take a while to find that. Are any of these big pure stats? Max mana. All damage reduction. No, that's it. Alright, that one we'll do Yeah, we'll just do one. Because we want to double from 13 to 15. Oh, we accidentally hit the double and got to 14. That's inconvenient. I need a lot of harmony to compensate. Oh well. Alright, we'll take this one from 13 to 15. I can only do this twice right now with the amount of harmony I have. And then this one we'll just do a normal. I could do a 50% gamble on it. No, I think I'll... Yeah, actually I will do that. It failed, rip. Oh, I lost the potential. Damn, that was a mistake then. I forgot that it also kills the potential if you do the gamble. Oh well. We'll try again next time with the proper Slormite for it. No gamble next time. I'm pretty happy with everything just being 12 plus though. I don't really need 15 plus. You can boost the success and double success chance with the harmony and virtue. Hey Donnie, I knew about the harmony, but I don't know what virtue is. Oh, I do know what that. I've done that. I just don't have enough harmony. That's why I didn't do it. I've been guaranteeing double reinforce for a lot of my stuff. I just don't have enough harmony to fix the failure chance right now. Because I've done so much of it. Burning through my resources. Let's do this guy again. He's fun. I need to get in the habit of pressing 1 every time I portal to get the free 5 inner fires at the start. I can't do it as soon as I've generated one by hitting something. Because you need to have no inner fires in order to hit the button. I just keep forgetting to do it. I love how this build just clears rooms adjacent to my room. Hey, Mawashiro. The Slopmancer, no. The Slormancer. We're Slorman. This ain't no slop. Nice, I remember to hit the button this time. And he's dead. Wow, okay. Deleted. A rare stat, Ellie Resist. I'll take that, I guess. Max mana magic stat, nice. All damage reduction defense. I wonder if Primordial Nether gives more loot than Battlefields or Battlegrounds, whatever it's called, at the same Wrath level. I can't really tell. They both drop a lot of loot. But the Primordial Nether has a lot more annoying modifiers. Obviously, with the battlefields or battlegrounds, whatever they're called, you don't get the guaranteed reward at the end from the boss. But that's just one item. Oh, I left a breach in the middle somewhere. I actually want to clear more. I don't want to take the portal yet. No triple stats. Oh, crit chance. I'll take that. Melee recast chance. That's another stat I've never played around with. Hey, Crank96, welcome. Switched yesterday to a Night Thunderbolt build. So cool. Nice. I have not tried that one yet. There's way too many builds in this game and not enough time to test them all. This is the first character that I've actually had purple gear on. My other two characters were pretty poorly geared. I want to clear the rest. I don't want to go straight for the boss. I'm actually here also just for the random loot that the monsters drop, not just the boss loot. Trying to farm some Harmony and Slormite. Wait, you can craft them, right? From fragments. I'm pretty sure. I forgot about that. I can probably just craft more Harmony. Oh, we got another item. Let me have a look at that. Attack speed base stats, cool. Oh, it's not here, it's at the smith. That's why I didn't think of it. Harmony costs normal magic and rare Slormline fragments. Okay, we can do 1,000 of them almost. I wish there was something in between Craft 3 and Craft Max. Like 50 or 100 would be nice. Or just having a number, having an input box for a number. I want to do 100 at a time without consuming all of them. But honestly, I guess these fragments, I don't care about them that much. We could just do max. I never use these for anything else. These 3 types, so let's just do max. Harmony is the one that I consume the most of when I'm reinforcing. Because I use like 58 per item. But I did waste my potential on this, so I'll have to grind some more. I really enjoy this particular Warlord. It's so nice. If you have a build that does a billion DPS, none of these modifiers matter. I learned it's not worth going beyond plus 15. Yeah, that's my goal. 15 or 16, depending on whether I hit the double at 14 or 13. It's kind of random. Because I might accidentally hit a double and get to 14 when I'm not trying to. And then I might as well go to 16 with a double from 14. It does get exceedingly expensive as well to go above 15. The upgrade gives it plus 22. Yeah, not worth it. Yeah, that doesn't sound worth it. I will definitely stop at 15 or 16 depending on what I hit randomly. I heard you can farm gold by upgrading things like that and then selling the items though. Like, what is my glove worth? 12 million? If I upgraded it even more, I could sell it for many more millions, I think. That might be one of the most powerful ways to farm gold in the endgame. Which is kind of strange. Yeah, you can get a lot in the forge. I think the most I've gotten so far was 22 million. But it's more random in the forge. You don't always get offered the right modifiers to do it. Damn, I wish this was a 3. That would have been a nice magic life thingy. Oh well. Tried making a Goldust farm build. Yeah, I heard they nerfed it at some point. Someone was saying that in chat, that they nerfed gold farming builds for some reason. Maybe they nerfed it too much, because it doesn't seem worth it anymore. Which was surprising to me, considering how many OP broken things are in the game. It feels strange that they would nerf something like gold farming. I've been saying that one of the things I like about this game is that they allow things to stay OP. Because it's fun. When you really invest into it, like 1500 total with the gold bow, you can still get like 2 to 3 million gold per run, but the amount of investment needed is rough. Yeah. Can you get decent damage as well? Like, can you clear Wrath 10 at these speeds with a gold farming build? I'm sure you can. There's so many ways to scale damage. Hey Cappy! 45 stream streak, nice. As a huntress, yeah. Haven't seen a mage or knight doing gold farming. I see. I mean, I don't know how many of the stat slots you need to dedicate to gold, but you could potentially run something like this build very cheaply. And then just put gold farming in there as well. Especially if you're running normal battlegrounds or battlefields, whatever they're called, and not nether. You don't actually need shadow resistance or fire resistance, for instance, so you can skimp on that. You don't need inner fire chance if you go inner fireworks instead of concentrated inner strength. Although maybe you need the gold farming reaper to make the gold farming build work. I don't know. Where is the gold farming reaper? I forgot. 11 tries to make legendary effects. I need will be enough. I don't know how many cloak effects there are. You should check that before you try. You only need 3 legendary effects dedicated for the gold farm. The other 9 slots can help towards your damage and clearing. So I can imagine you can make it work on Knight and Mage too. Yeah. For an inner fire build, you really only need 3 to 4 legendary slots dedicated to the build itself. The rest can be utility or defense. So I would think that it would be perfectly doable on the Knight then with this build. Or some variant of it. Life regen rare, that's nice. Hey Kobadan, welcome. It's probably going to be faster to do Forge if I want XP or potential for my crafts. This one's at 23% right now, okay. Oh, they got reincarnation randomly. Nice. Love that. What kind of pathing is this? I left a breach in here. There's a stage that always lets them revive. Oh yeah, that's a good call. If there's a permanent reincarnation modifier. Although, I think it's in Gardens. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I would ever voluntarily go to the gardens layout. Nope, don't do that. I was hitting Q for next wave and Forge. Again. It's the King's Map one? Really? Interesting. Close to top left corner. Okay, I'll have a look for it in a bit. If it's this layout, then I would love to do that. Depends on what the other mods are, though. Is it a boss one, or just a normal Cataclysm one? If it's a normal Cataclysm, we can farm Nether Charge there, and then go do this boss after a while to get purples. When you enter another map and then leave without using the portal, you keep the pure stat chance modifier on your nether realm. Oh, I see. So if you're trying to get a specific pure stat, you could do that. Magic attack speed, I guess. We'll take that. Oh, nice. Defense max life. That's huge. Blam. Hey, Gilgamesh. Blam, indeed. Let's reinforce this thing. That one. Now that item is pretty much done. I don't have any more of this Slormite. I don't have enough to upgrade to that either, so... guess we'll farm some more. You said top left. Assassins... Regeneration... Reconstruction... No, wait, that's the wrong one. That one. Reincarnation. The Chamber of Resurrected Shadows. And it is in the right layout. That's cool. So if it re-rolls to a stat I actually want, I can start leaving by doing this instead of using the portal. Currently it's on fork chance, which I don't really care about right now. So we'll still do the portal. Mastery 14. Man, these mastery levels are taking so long. Okay, this is actually quite nice for farming items. This is even better than the tanky golem one that I was farming. I might have to do a little bit of backtracking to catch the loot from the resurrected monsters sometimes. Although I could just kill more monsters and get more loot instead. I just get sucked in by the FOMO of maybe there's a good item back there sometimes. You want pets in the game? There are minions, but they kind of suck. There's like a... Where is it? I wish I knew exactly where every Reaper was. Temple Keeper. This guy. You get a little Temple Keeper minion. Look at him, so cute. You can turn him into a totem as well. He's not very strong though. Sadly. I love minion builds in ARPGs. I want to make one work eventually too. I hear they're pretty underpowered in this. Maybe it's possible to make them work though. Like in Diablo where they grab the gold? Oh, is that a thing in Diablo? I thought that was, what's that? What's the name of that ARPG? The Korean one. Lost Ark? Or something? Something Ark. Maybe I'm misremembering the name. Diablo 3 has a pet for gold. Does it? I don't remember that. Oh well. Any Diablo after Diablo 2 is gonna be a bad Diablo anyway. Oh, by the way, speaking of the loot range thing, I'm using the bracers, obviously, but if you get it on the boots as well, does that stack with this? Does it increase the gold pickup even further? Wait, I don't have an ultimatum equipped. Oh right, because I switched to the Temple Keeper one. The Primordial disallows ultimatums. Yeah, I just use the bracers. But if they do stack, then I guess for gold it would be nice to have the other one as well, but I'm mainly worried about the fragments and stuff. I feel like I get enough gold anyway. At this point. I was struggling with gold a bit earlier in the game, but right now I'm no longer struggling with gold. Man, this is such a nice zone to farm. I really enjoy this. Another benefit of farming this particular area is that I have almost maxed out the influence in this biome. So I get the influence benefits from having high influence. I didn't think to check what the stats were last time. You run around 150% gold bonus without the gold weapon and get like 200k gold or so per run, so it's not that great. I'd rather get more item quantity. Let's see. I feel like you get a lot of items as a base. I don't really see the need to run a magic find build in this. I guess you could, but it's fairly easy to get items. It's really just if you want to farm a specific pure stat with perfect score that you need to boost it. Yeah, there's definitely a difference in rarity for some pure stats. I'm getting a lot of evasion, elemental resist, and armor ones. Like, those seem super common. But there are some that I've almost never seen. I seem to get mostly base stats and defense stats as well. I get fewer magic and rare ones, and even fewer epic ones. But that might be a good thing, because the base and defense ones are higher values. Projectile speed is the game breaker for the class. How so? I mean, there is a damage scaling passive, I know, that gives damage based on projectile speed for Huntress in one of the skills. But is that really enough to break the game? Or is there something else too? It multiplies? Yeah. I guess that would make it extra strong. But there's other broken things that are easier to get. The thing that people keep mentioning is the evasion stacking one. Everyone keeps mentioning that. That they're playing an evasion stacking build where they're basically immortal and have infinite DPS. I have not tried that one yet, but I might try it in the future. I did want to try life stacking as well from my mage, but I'm not sure what I'm gonna do yet. Hey, Corito. Right, we'll maybe do a run or two But I need to sort my inventory at some point. But yeah, thanks for pointing out that this area is amazing for farming. It is so much nicer than the other ones. The whole reincarnation mod is huge. I can hardly understand what's going on. What's going on screen? Yeah, it's pretty flashy. It would make sense if you knew the game, though. Be glad I don't have damage numbers enabled. That would make it even more impossible to see. No, we're not leaving. One more maybe, and then inventory sorting. Area increased effect is something I might need for a mage build. But if I'm gonna do that build, I probably want lots of max life first anyway. Honestly, it's kind of a little bit more tempting to try to scale, to try out the evasion stacking that people have been mentioning. I might do that with life regeneration from Staff of the Many. Don't know how good it is to scale life regeneration for damage. Let's have a look at the Many real quick. How much damage scaling is on there? %10 chance per orb of life to apply Life Odyssey. Dealing skill damage over 7 seconds. Oh, it's the damage over time though. That's kind of crap. 1800% per level. Wait, no, it's 22.5 per level of your life regeneration. But it would be a damage over time build basically, because it's over 7 seconds. But there's additional damage. 600% of your life regeneration. For every enemy affected by Life Odyssey. So confusing. Every second, orbs of life now cast a life projectile toward a random enemy. Piercing and dealing 100% skill damage. But it doesn't seem to scale the base raw damage of your character. But we can get that with the evasion mechanic from unique items or legendary items instead. And just make a build with life regeneration, evasion, and a few cheat death mechanics. Or at least one cheat death mechanic so we don't die if we do get hit. Per missing orb of life. Oh right, but you have to take hits to miss orbs of life. So if I was gonna do evasion stacking, that wouldn't happen. Hey Waspinator. Wonder if there's anything to Knight's Corpse Explosion. Anything to Knight's Corpse Explosion? What do you mean? There are a couple of Corpse Explosion-like mechanics. The one where you manually explode corpses seems pretty crap, though. The Unholy Sepulture. Yeah, that one's pretty crap. Because you need to manually cast it. There's a different mechanic on the Ancestral Tree called Walking Bombs. If you scale elemental damage, you can get this to trigger automatically with Ancestral Strikes. I'm currently not really using it. I'm just pathing through it to get to my inner fire stuff. Also, disregard this Ancestral Tree, it's not optimized for my build. But yeah, if you scale a lot of elemental damage, you might be able to make the walking bombs feel nice as corpse explosions. I haven't tested it at all though. Elemental damage, elemental damage, elemental damage. Jeez, okay. The game apparently wants me to scale elemental damage, but I don't want to. I need to sort my inventory now. All the 3 exclamation mark pure stats go in here. I wish I had a better sorting system for all of this. Because it is kind of a pain to find the stats I'm looking for in these tabs later on. When I need to do grafting onto purples. Wait, that one's not legendary. I'm pretty sure I'm only missing class-specific items now anyway, so I'm not even gonna check them. I want to do an Ancestral Strike-based build, but I'm scared and feel like I'll lose myself. They seem so much more complicated than anything else. I don't think it's that complicated. You just need to check the scaling on the Ancestral ability you want to, or Ancestral Strike ability you want. Like, Walking Bomb is elemental damage, so you want to scale elemental damage. With taking this as an example. And then, you need at least a decent amount of crit chance and Ancestral Strike chance on your gear. And that's pretty much it. Doesn't need to be much more complicated than that. You think they're all elemental damage? I don't actually know. I haven't checked them. I haven't checked them all, but maybe you're right. You sent an email to the devs for a search bar in the chest already? Ah. I also want sell all and salvage all legendaries in addition to epic. Just add the button for legendaries too. At least selling is easier than salvaging, because you can right click to sell. If there's a faster way to salvage, do let me know, but I don't think you can do any kind of key press combination to just click all the items onto this. And I'm scared to try it, because I might accidentally equip something instead and lose track of my item again. I did that once. Like, I accidentally equipped the wrong item and later found my actual item hidden in my legendary chest at some point. Armor, okay. This build kind of uses Ancestral Strikes, but only to trigger Gazloka's Conquest. Doesn't actually use the damage from the Ancestral Strikes. Did that too accidentally once, was wondering why I had a random blue piece equipped, yep. That's why I want to finish the legendary chests, so I don't have to pick up legendaries anymore unless they have pure stats. Because I think it happened when I tried to right-click items into the legendary collection chest, and I accidentally clicked on a blue or yellow item or something instead of a legendary. And then it equipped it instead of trying to put it in the chest. I've tried comparing the endgame legendary chest with a Slormancer. There's some... I think there's some that are class-specific. So you'll only find them on the other classes. I believe that's what I'm missing as well. A few class-specific ones. Wait, or this... There's some in the Slormancer that don't exist yet? I'm not sure. I didn't try comparing those. But I'm pretty sure I'm missing a few from a different class currently. There were some in the endgame that weren't shown on the Slormancer. Or maybe the Slormancer is not fully up to date. That's possible. I mean, the game was recently updated to 1.0. It's only been a few weeks, I think. And I have no idea if the planner is being actively worked on currently. Hey, welcome back, Lunathian. I think this game needs early and mid-game gold-making methods. Feels like the majority of gold guides are super endgame or just telling people to go to Forge. The thing is, you don't need to spend that much gold in the early mid-game. I don't know. I feel like the early and mid-game were pretty short sequences anyway. Where is my portal? It's a bait to try to work on epic legendary stats before you hit 100. These take most of the gold. Yeah, you don't actually need epic or legendary stats until you're trying to finalize your build. It's really not worth it. Just do rare and magic stats. Those have the higher values anyway. Like base, defense, rare, magic have higher values than epic stats and are cheaper to craft. And you don't really need specific legendary effects unless you're doing something funky when leveling. But I do agree that it should be easier to farm gold, I think. I'm not sure. Gold farming does seem pretty difficult. It's easier to target farm a lot of other things, but specifically gold and Slormite seems hard to target farm for me. But maybe I'm missing some methods there. Block all stats for the epic reroll so you can use rolls with the blue Slormites. Yeah, definitely. Just anytime you're gonna reroll a stat score, just lock all the ones you don't want to reroll and do the reroll all instead. That saves a lot of epic Slormalines. I think I'm finally managing to memorize the names of the different Slorm types. Slormites are used for reinforcing, Slormalines are the crafting ones. Slormandrites are probably the modifiers, right? Yeah, the modifiers for reinforcement. It took a long time for me to actually learn those. I kept getting them mixed up. Why does everything have to be named Slorm something? Hell, for the first few days of playing this game, I couldn't recall the name of the game because Slorm is such a nonsense word. Because it's Slormancer, yeah, but you could just have Slorm, and Elder Slorm, and Pure Slorm, those are fine. But then these other mechanics, I feel like they should be named something else. To avoid confusion. They should rework the final boss fight. It seems like you're way too overgeared when you fight him, so it's too easy. He has some one-shot, or not one-shot mechanic, but he sets your life pool to 1, I think. I didn't realize that when I fought him. Didn't understand what was happening. I feel like he was kind of an appropriate difficulty for me when I did him. Adam Nostris was quite hard though, when I fought him for the first time. I think it's kind of a futile effort to try to balance the difficulty of the boss fights in this because of the ridiculous differences in power level you can have with different builds. I wouldn't want them to balance it too much, because then it might just kill weaker builds that are still fun to play. They let us boost enemy stats in Battlefield for no reason. Oh yeah, they should definitely add wrath modifiers to every piece of content. Let us scale the difficulty further for every type of content. That would be fun. Also, Endless Forge. An Endless Forge mode would be nice. Just let us keep going. Keep adding permanent modifiers every 5 or 10 levels to make the Forge even harder. See how far you can get. But I also want them to add a completely different type of content. There is a slot for it on the Expeditions tab. There's a slot missing, or an empty slot where there could be more content. So I hope they do that. Maybe some more biomes, more map layouts, because currently we're just repeating the same 5 ones. And Gardens is awful. Gardens, Prison, and Graveyard are pretty bad layouts. Pretty annoying to navigate. Damage over time. Max mana. Inner fire duration. Yeah, that's... Sadly, since I use inner strength, or concentrated inner strength, we don't need duration. But for an inner fireworks build, this would be good. Ancestral Chance. Armor. Armor. Armor? Right, we had an armor modifier on the nether area for a bit, I remember. Feels like how PoE was a decade ago. I remember when PoE was 2 acts with 4 difficulties. You played through normal, cruel, merciless, and ruthless. Up to Val Temple 4 times. Oh, I actually have a full nether charge. I should do a boss. Good old docks farming, yeah. Docks and ledge. Praise Kuduku. I mean, docks was after... I mean, docks is Act 3, so that was even later. There were no docks back in my day. Only ledge. Your first league was Abyss League? Wow, not even a real OG. I was a closed beta supporter for PoE. The game has changed quite a bit since then. In some ways for the better. I feel like it's struggling with a bit of feature bloat though. It's gotten way too big. In terms of how many different mechanics there are. Remember having to type / out of sync all the time? Yeah. Hey Vectrox. Yeah, I just played a build that didn't struggle too much with desync. And made sure to hold shift to not run towards enemies. You wanted to attack and place to avoid the desync instead of clicking on an enemy, because if you clicked on an enemy, your character would walk to them. But the server would have a different idea of the pathing than your client. There were some skills that were way more prone to desync than others. I think GGG got way too big for their own good. Making PoE 2 is the biggest mistake. I don't know about that. Like, financially, it's probably a good decision for them. I still have hope that PoE 2 will be good eventually. But I do hope they don't completely abandon PoE 1 in favor of 2. Because they could appeal to different players as well. I still haven't tried PoE 2. I'm waiting for early access to end. Because I am done being an unpaid tester for games. No more early access. I honestly haven't felt like PoE was the best ARPG in a long time. I think Diablo 2 is still the best ARPG of all time, all things considered. It is still it is aged quite well to this day. I think PoE has a lot of complexity issues. It's just way too bloated. And it's too hard to make a build that's functional without looking up a guide or doing hours of research outside of the game. I say that as someone that played PoE for over a decade, from the start of the beta. I still think it's way too complex and hard to make a build in PoE. I also don't like the amount of power level that has been moved from passives over to gear. PoE used to have a lot less power in gear and more in the passives and support jumps. And now most of the power has been moved over to gear, which makes it much harder to build a character. Much more tedious. Hey, Zero Heat. You like D2, but it's way behind PoE. Yeah, I mean, these days, D2 doesn't have the amount of content that PoE has. I actually got a plus 10 item, I see. I was wondering why this was here. Should have brought back PoE to its glory days rather than making another game. I don't know. I don't know how they would do that. People have differing opinions on which days were the glory days. The community can't really agree on that. Inner fire max charges. Ooh, so this is one that we might want to keep. So let's abandon instead of finishing the portal. Although, I feel like I have more than enough of that stat already. Thinking about it, I'm kind of content with my current amount of max charges and duration on this build. I don't see myself crafting more of it. Like, I'm mainly looking for stats for the other builds that I might make in the future, for the mage, for instance. For me, one of the biggest issues with PoE has always been that they kept balancing things around what the absolute top no-life players could do. And they kept nerfing things that were accessible to more casual players. So that almost no one gets to enjoy really strong builds. I just think that's a bad idea. But some of the more hardcore players want that, because they want the game to be really hard, so they get a bigger sense of accomplishment and can make themselves feel better about being better than other people. I don't know. I just don't like that attitude. That's just not... I don't know. I ran out of words. Games should be fun as the main thing. Games should not feel like a job or a university degree, which is what PoE currently feels like. And has for a long time. I think the Slormancer nails this, though. It makes it easy and accessible to make a strong build with no prior knowledge of the game. As long as you play the game and read the tooltips in the game, experiment with the free respecs, you can make a good build. You don't have to do a ton of research outside the game. There are some mechanics that you might need some explanation for, but for the most part, I made it through the Slormancer with no research. And I had a great time doing it. I love that. Trying to learn how Betrayal worked, how to get the best out of cost put into your maps and shit. A nightmare. I mean, min-maxing each individual map has always felt like a trap to me. In PoE, I feel like the most fun strategies are the ones where you just alch and go. Make the map rare and run the map quickly, instead of using sextants and all sorts of scarabs and stuff. Speedrunning the maps is way more enjoyable, and you can also just speedrun the preparation of maps using big stash tabs and the search bar. Which is also part of why I hated the leagues where map drops were super nerfed and it was hard to get the maps in the first place. I kind of loved the leagues that had a lot of map drops, so that you didn't have to maximize each map. You could just speedrun them instead. Man, I'm getting a lot of loot. Hey, One Rabbit, can you play this build different type of Reaper, like Slormgain? Kind of. If you don't use the concentrated inner strength, you need duration on your gear. And either way, you need inner fire chance on your gear. Yeah, this fixes all inner fire duration issues by scaling it from max charges. There's a different version with inner fireworks, which doesn't need inner fire chance. Can you just swap now? I mean, I've played through a lot of it with different ones. Let me see. I don't even know where they are. Gold Scourge? Slormgain? Slormgain? Which one is that? Slorm. Temple Keeper. Wait, I want to try the Elder Slorm one. Interfire max charges is set to 5. That's a bad mod for this, though. We don't want that. I mean, we could try it, but it's gonna feel really bad. It just makes you have one small ring instead. Alright, yeah, the Slormgain one from combining the two, that's the other one we could have used, yeah. There's no Elder Slorm in Nether either, so we're not gonna get the orbiting Nether or Elder Slorms. This looks so cute in comparison, yeah. Where's the Auriferous? I don't know if I spelled it right. I wish I could quickly tell where they were. Gold Scourge or a Furious is the name of it. Okay. I can't do the Primordial because I rely on Life Leech and Life on Hits. I can do that one. But this build will kind of work with any Reaper that doesn't have bad Primordial Maledictions that destroy it. Like, I can just put on any of the elemental ones, for instance, or any of the scaling ones, like life regen or whatever. But it's a lot weaker. I deal a lot less damage this way. And if you wanted to do it on low gear, you'd probably have to use Inner Fireworks instead. I don't think it's worth it though, like, the gold or Slorm farming setups don't seem to be worth using. Speaking of which, there's some gold to find. One item that I did use for a while is the Relentless Transference, because it lets Inner Fire use Life Leech. That was good for survivability in some of the tougher Nether primordial bosses. Not the bosses themselves, but the tough cataclysms on the way to them. Speaking of bosses, I'm gonna do that one, because we have 200 Nether charge. You're pretty sure some of the empty slots and the legendary stats, some of those aren't in the game yet? Really? So have you checked the other classes now? There is an achievement to complete the collection. Maybe we should check on Steam whether or not people have completed that. Although it is possible to cheat Steam achievements. You haven't played Knight or Mage yet? Well, I'm pretty sure they're just class specific then. I feel like almost all builds are possible on all classes. Yes, but there are some that do things specific to a class. Although some of them change depending on which class is equipping the item. Like, the Crest Shield Mastery, for instance, if I put this on another class, it would just be a different skill. If I just put this item on a different class, it would be a different skill. But it would still be there. So I don't know if that means that all legendaries will be available on every class too. I could log on to the Huntress and have a look. I feel like if I switch to the other characters now, it's gonna feel like such a downgrade, though. Hey, Dodge Rockets. Influence farming is my bane. Yeah, I'm not doing that, honestly. You can't force me to play the Gardens layouts. I would rather not play. I'm just gonna play the Royal layout over and over. No Gardens for me, thank you. Does influence matter a lot for Nether Charge? I don't know exactly what it affects. I think it might be pure stat chance, but I'm not sure. I have not been thinking about it at all. Like, I don't really care. I can play the game without even thinking about influence at all, and it works fine. Wow, we had full charge and didn't get a purple. I could still reroll into it though. No purple. Wow. And not even 3 stat. Or 3 pure. I have 200 Nether Charge and didn't even get a purple. Sad. It might be time to only show highlighted pure stats with perfect score. Where can I see my total influence? Here, I think. 15, 11, 17, 15, 92. The profile. Yeah, I only do Royal, as you can see. The other layouts are not to my tastes. I don't actually know where the game explains influence. Wrath level. Reaches. Battlefields. Influence. It mentions influence, but doesn't tell you the specifics. Prison is good? Nuh-uh. It really isn't. Royal is way better. In terms of comfort and how it feels to play through it. I mean, maybe there's a set path in the prison where you can just run in a straight line over and over. I haven't found it though. I just like the bigger rooms and the royal and the square shape of everything. Yeah, and the prison with the locked doors or the closed doors that look like you can go through them if you're not paying attention. Very annoying. Mage Academy floor 34 right now, only up. Hey, house. Does it mention influence at all here? I don't think so. No, I don't see it. Villagers, nether equipment. Equipment stats. No mention of influence here. Pure stats. Maximum power of pure stats can be upgraded. That's Slorm Temple stuff. I don't know, I can't be bothered reading all of it, but I couldn't find any mention of how influence works anywhere at a quick glance. I do it for 100% achievements. It's fast if you have move speed. The last 8 levels of this are not fast though. There are only 3 straight corridors. Okay, let's explore the prison and see if we can figure the prison out. Let's go to the bottom and find these straight corridors. Okay, but now we need to... Oh, there's a chaos wave, that's great. Yeah, it does slow down significantly at higher influence. $12 influence per breach closed. Usually 150 per floor. I see. See, this door is closed, so I can't go that way. So I have to go up, and then sideways again. I guess if you have really high movement speed, even more than I have, prison can be kinda comfy. If you just clear them in a line. But the closed doors really do suck, yeah. I see your point though, there's never gonna be a door horizontally. So you can clear each row before moving to the next one. Why can I not go in there? There we go. So in a way, it is pretty comfy. No, wait. There's still the rooms like this. Yeah, that's no good. Yeah, I disagree. I think Royal is better, even after seeing this. Doors can also be horizontally closed. Yeah, it looks like this wall here is closed, so it's not perfect. Let's try another floor of prison. Yeah, another horizontal closed. Yeah, I strongly disagree. I think Royal is way more comfy to clear. You get used to it. Doesn't make it good even though you get used to it. Royal just felt good to me the first time I did it even. Compared to any other layouts. I mean, sure, there's definitely an element of personal preference as well. Did I influence you all to influence farm? Nah, we're just testing the layout. I'm actually not influence farming right now. I just wanted to see if there was any truth to prison being better. I used to like the graveyard layout just because the map is smaller and compact. I definitely don't enjoy the graveyard layout that much. But it's better than Gardens. Gardens is the absolute worst. I never want to do Gardens again. Alright, let's get another purple. We have to use this nether charge. Oh! Look at this. When you gain nether charge, it is multiplied by your influence in the expedition's environment. That's how it affects it. So technically, we don't need to farm influence in anything other than Royal. Because we can just do the Royal over and over. And then do another Royal. Easy. It's not only the layout that's comfy, it's also each individual room feels like it has a greater concentration of enemies. It just feels so nice to run through the rooms and destroy all the enemies. Although I do agree that the tables can be annoying. Tables and chairs. Yeah, I don't think it's worth going for the flags because they will take you to bad layouts. I'd rather just do more of the good layouts. I've had a lot of discussions similar to this back in the day when I streamed PoE, by the way, about certain map layouts in PoE being better than others. And it really does come down to personal preferences in some cases, but then other maps are just universally loved because they're so good. And some are build dependent as well. But I think in this game we can all agree that Forge has the best layout. It is just a square room where mobs come to you. Definitely the best layout. Deleted. No purple, okay. There we go, that's a purple. I'll take it. I think I already have multiple capes, though. You hit 300k on 300k armor on max toughness. What, this? 300k there? 92% reduction and 92% dodge. Wow. That's pretty strong. Alright, did I use all my charge? Yes. Okay, so now we go back to this. With toughness, I mean the character attributes. Where is toughness on character attributes? I don't see toughness. There's a weapon you can equip. Oh, is it a Slormancer that has a thing called toughness? Based on your things. The blue attributes. Oh, this toughness. Under Z, under the blue attribute. Oh well. I forget that attributes are a thing. I've barely interacted with them. I assigned them a long time ago and then forgot they existed. I'm probably not using an optimal setup for my attributes either. That's fine though. We are deleting things. Wow, that's a lot of enemies. The Great Grandmaster. This one. You have armor multiplier, I see. Total of all your masteries on this character. Yeah, we need to level all the skills. That's what I'm currently working on, actually. Leveling the training sword. No, throwing sword, rather. It just takes so long. I know I can speed it up with the non-primordial Grandmaster thing. It gives skill mastery gain. But I think I'm better off just using my proper weapon and clearing faster. It's also more fun to use the proper weapon and clear faster. You're using Fate Crusher for Forge. You can use Vengeance and get the same bonus, I think. It doesn't say that this belongs to any of the Reaper Smiths, but I think it counts as all. So if you use Primordial Vengeance, you can also stack the unethical stacking of this while getting the Reaper Smith bonus from the Forge. I think so. I'm pretty sure that that I tried it and the numbers were green when I used Vengeance. We could try it right now. Let's do Forge. You've been using Vengeance for everything else beside Forge. Oh no. Yeah. What a waste. Alright, so 63 without Vengeance. And then Primordial Vengeance. Never mind. It turns the number green, but it doesn't give you... Okay, this is why... Huh. Why does it turn the number green? I got trolled by this then. See, this is no longer green. I think it might be bugged. It even gives the extra line in the tooltip. But it's 63 either way. Maybe I can't change it after I've already seen it. I'm in Wrath 10, yeah. So normal rewards are gonna be 63 or around 60-ish. Without the bonus. Hang on, we're gonna switch now to Vengeance and see if other ones are higher than 63. Yeah, it does work. See, every spirit is doubled now. Or more than double. It's a 200% bonus, so we get 3 times the normal amount. So yeah, just keep using Vengeance for some unethical levels of spirit farming, as well as unethical damage and health. I don't actually need spirits anymore. Unless I want to level runes that I'll never use. Yeah, my affinities are maxed. And so are the runes that I actually use. So I have no use for this. Wait, where are my inner fires? Hello? I have 28 inner fire stacks, but I don't see them. Do they have a really far orbit? Oh? What's happening? Oh, there they are. I guess the last ones that were added were the only ones left, and they have the highest orbits. They were really far outside the map. They were so far I couldn't see with the camera at the edge even. What are the base legendaries? For this build, the chest for inner fire max charges, the cloak for having them grow, and the ring for even more inner fire max charges. If you use inner fireworks instead, see, if you use this, you don't need inner fire chance on your gear, but then you need duration instead. So you could do shoulders for duration. There's a legendary effect for duration. But with the setup I've switched to now, I just get duration based on max charges with concentrated inner. I probably got reinforcements again, yeah. Potential is good on some of these. 12, 13, 13, 12. I don't think I have enough Slormite though. Yeah, I don't have any of these. Very unfortunate. Oh, hi. Rewards can only be Reaper Smith spirits. Or war chest quality every time you complete a wave. I think that's better, especially since I don't care about spirits anymore. It's really nice to get every time you complete a wave early in the run. We're at wave 15 now. Yeah, all my affinities are hundreds. And all the runes I've used on all three characters are also maxed. They're 15. There are some that I probably will never use. But yeah, I have no use for these spirits anymore, really. So I want to focus on Slormite quality for the most part. Because that seems to be my current bottleneck for reinforcing my gear. I just need Slormites. By the way, did you know that you can tame the fireball? If you just stand still, it hits you once. And then it's in your orbit. This is now my fireball. It can never hit me again. Well, until it despawns and respawns. Ooh, nice. Even more chest quality. Sweet. The obelisk is pretty much already dead. And now that's also mine. Hey, Elite Largo. Just put more harmony and you're okay. Then we're gonna run out of harmonies. I guess we have quite a few right now. I did craft a bunch from fragments earlier. I'll just keep picking Astorius spirits as we get more of them. Slormite, yay. I wish I could speed up the wave spawns even more. Spawn multiple waves at the same time or something. I'll take gold over spirits here. The only mobs I hate are the mages that have a shield on them. Yeah, I also hated those on my Huntress. That's part of the reason why this build is so fun, because it just completely ignores their proximity shield by doing AoE instead of projectile. Finally mastered the throwing sword rather. So let's do cadence. I didn't even look at cadence at all. What does it do? A fast but light attack to a single enemy. Every 5th cast, it's magnified. With a very large enemy, a very large area instead. Okay. Cadence is perfect or fortunate. 0 damage. 0 increased damage. Increased damage is equal to your percent of missing mana. Okay. We can make it silence. Increased damage equal to the percent of life left on enemies' hits. Additional critical strike chance. Total block stacks. Nice. It's based on my total block stacks. That's pretty huge. Magnified every 3 casts. If fortunate or perfect, it's magnified. Let's do that. Whenever you cast another skill, your magnifying counter is increased by 1. Ooh, hello. Cadence has an additional crit strike. If you're equipped with the Mighty Swing or Whirlwind, the effect is doubled. I do have Whirlwind. But I feel like this is gonna be better. Am I gonna update the planner? The idea is I'm gonna do a build video once I'm done refining the build. And I'll try to include one planner for the budget version with the inner fireworks, and then one planner for the endgame version that I'm working towards right now. But it's a work in progress still. So I'm not gonna update the planner for my current set of gear. I'll do it when it's done. I don't know. We're not gonna use cadence anyway, right? Because I would have to stop whirlwinding to do that. Hey 4T, welcome in. I still need to look at my ancestral tree and change a bunch of stuff here, because honestly these don't do anything. Neither does that, nor the imbue. I do benefit from the fire assist, because it saves me 1 fire assist on gear. The only nodes I'm actually using on this tree currently are this raw damage and damage to elites, and then this crit chance, this inner fire stuff. Everything else is just not doing anything. So it's kind of scuffed. I think we probably have... Are the legendary types you use the same ones you use in your current planner? Not all of them, no. The important ones are... But I no longer use the shoulders in the planner. But I use this one, and this one still. Those are the important ones. Unquenchable Fire, Inner Sanctum of Astorius, and Gazloka's Conquest. Those are the build-enabling ones. Everything else is basically personal preference and utility, or defense. Oh, and I would recommend that every single build uses Midas Collectors. It's just not worth playing without these. Always have the increased collection radius. It feels so nice. Why would you not? I guess if you only run Forge, if you make a character dedicated to nothing but Forge, you don't need it, because then you only loot the chest anyway. That is the one case you can make for not having Midas Collectors. Let's do equipment quality. And they will have recast chance for the rest of the run, that's fine. Just got the one that converts Slorm quantity to war chest quantity, 403. Ooh, that is huge. Very nice. I no longer remember what I have on this run, but I think it was good. I think we got something good on wave 15. So I'm excited to see the end reward in this one when we finally get there. With this obelisk still alive. The other big one is converting all your current total Slorm into base gold. Yeah. Yeah, that combined with a good percentage-based gold bonus can be very good. I believe that might have been how I got 20 million or 22 million earlier. But I don't quite recall. Damn, I'm not getting the Slormite that I want. Yeah, that one's better later in the run, because then you convert more of the Slorm. True. Ah, there it is. Slormite quality. A lot of Slormite quality. Nice. I'll take that. It also spawns a lot of ice bombs, but that's fine. Thankfully, this build gets tenacity from the passive tree. So we don't care about ice bombs. Time to level Knight then. I'm bored playing with my ranger. Yeah, it's a lot of fun leveling a second character in this, especially if you do Primordial Sword of the Trainee as soon as you can. And then just keep using that while leveling until it starts really speeding up. Because it compounds on itself, making it faster to level the more you level it. I don't actually know how early you can switch into an inner fire build though. At some point, I might want to do a second save and see how I would level a knight from a fresh account. Because I actually don't know. There was a skill that seemed interesting, the throwing sword one, that I didn't discover until I'd already leveled, but you can do fork with this. So it's basically a scuffed huntress. You gonna restart from fresh? Not right now, but maybe sometime in the future. Oh nice, another every time you complete a wave thing. Don't think I can do that, would hate resetting all the time. Well, you're not resetting it. You can keep your old save as well. It would just be a fresh run on the side to see how the leveling feels with more knowledge. Because the first time I leveled, I was figuring the game out, and I probably did a lot of suboptimal stuff. I would be interested to see how much faster I could do it and how much stronger my character could be while leveling for the first time. With some extra knowledge. Like if we get seasons in the future or leagues. Yeah, it would be kind of like that. But there are multiple save files you can use as well. I'm just curious, basically, about how it feels to level for the first time with the knowledge already obtained. Someone actually told me in chat the other day that they are using multiple saves for individual characters because they found it confusing to have them on the same save. It was you. Hey, DKD. Yeah. Did you find that it was easier to level your second character with the knowledge you gathered from playing the first one, even though you started fresh on a new save? I wasted most of my gold on shit before I hit 100, and I couldn't really figure out how to scale any of the damage I was trying to deal. Yeah. I also didn't really understand the damage scaling. I still don't fully understand how it works, but I get the gist of it now. Like, raw damage will affect the average skill damage, which will affect most skills. And then elemental damage usually affects ancestral skills. And some Reapers have specific lines in them that tell you that they use a different type or whatever. But raw damage stacking seems to be a very safe bet for just leveling. There's so many unlocks early, I just forget about half of it. If I run a second character with those things already unlocked. Ah, I see. I just went through them at the start. Like, the moment I made a new character, I immediately equipped runes and the ultimatum and checked the ancestral tree. Then getting a glimpse of seeing how raw damage can convert into elemental damage, having that in the back of my mind confused things further in the beginning. Yeah. I was also very confused about how to properly scale and which damage type affected what at the start. Slormancer. But yeah, if you just want a basic leveling setup for any of the three classes, just craft max life and raw damage on every piece of gear, and you'll have decent damage and decent survivability. It really is that simple. And then you can also build specific stats for skills that leverage specific mechanics on top of that. After having your first character maxed out, yeah. If you're just leveling a fresh character, I mean, after... Yeah. I mean, you can do it on the first one, but you'll have fewer resources available to do so. Oh, true, you want one of each of the following stats. Life Leech, Life on Hits. Mana Leech, men on hits. Just have one of each of those somewhere on your gear, and you'll have great sustain as well for most setups. But there's an ancestral thing to help with that. What does this one actually do? Deadly missiles? Yeah, we'll take it. Where's the leech one that I use? Or life on hit, mana hit one. This one, once you have the blue stone, at the very start, you can just put the blue stone for this one and get free life on hit and mana on hit. But that's only for second character. You could also work towards it with the first 3 stones, I guess. Another thing is, if you end up getting the primordial, or not primordial, just of the many, staff, bow, sword of the many, that gives you life regeneration for free and movement speed. It's a really comfy leveling item, even though it doesn't boost your XP. It gives you movement speed and life regen. Oh, I took the curse. Whoa, hang on. Enemies have plus 5599 skill and elemental damage. I took that curse. I didn't even realize. That's gonna suck. Wait, it's a flat plus. It's not a percentage. I've never tried this curse. Let's see if I get one shot. What do we need life on hits? Life on hits, life leech, mana on hits, mana leech. All 4 of those stats. Just have a little bit of each. They'll be very helpful. I'll play a little bit more careful. I'm not gonna sit in the middle here like I usually do. Because now we know they have a lot more damage. But it is flat damage. I just have to make sure not to scale it too much with multipliers like this one. I want to avoid the corpse explosions too. $5,600 flat is scary. Yeah, so far they haven't touched me though. The shield seems to be unaffected. Hey Noximus, best way to level Knight quickly from the start? I wish I knew. I didn't level it quickly from the start, and now I would have to start a new save to try it, which is why I'm curious myself to try another save at some point. But I think throwing sword might be a good one. The wood stick was pretty strong as well, but it doesn't have the AoE coverage that I would want early on. Throwing sword can do forks though, once you get this node. And then, where is the thing where it turns into a target dummy, training dummy? This one's pretty fun too. Whirlwind has inner fire damage, but no way to trigger it. The other thing is, you need inner fire chance somewhere. Either on your gear, or from the Fireworks Reaper. The earliest you can really change into a proper inner fire knight is probably when you get the primordial inner fireworks. Either that, or you have to craft a bunch of inner fire chance on your gear. Can you hover your item last time? I can do every item, sure. Every item I currently have. And then you can watch the VOD and pause at each one. We have these shoulders. Oh shit, it's too long. The tooltip's too long. And the bracers. And the gauntlets. Okay, this one's not too long. One ring. Boots. Another ring. Belt. Cloak. Chests? Man, I'm so fried I can barely think. Necklace, helmet. Or you can upload your current builds. I could, but it's so scuffed I don't want to do an upload of my current build. I want to do a proper one once I've refined it. Because my ancestral tree is nonsense. Like, the only nodes I'm using that are worth a damn here are these two. The other ones don't affect my build. And my attributes, I haven't looked at these for a long time. There might be some stuff to do with those. I just don't think the build is finished enough to be worth recommending to anyone. Like, the specifics of the build are not refined. The core mechanics are solid, though. I think the core mechanics are solid mainly because inner fire is really strong. I'm still not seeing any consequences of them having flat damage other than this obelisk took a bunch of hits. The obelisk certainly took a beating, but I did not so far. Hopefully I can manage to keep the obelisks alive the rest of the run. What in the orbs? Hey, the Pulsar. Welcome. The orbs are inner fire. We can make them even orbier. Check this out. Wow! Bigger, faster orbs. That's the concentration skill from the Reaper. Where do I upgrade Reaper runes? That's talking to this guy, Corey. You spend spirits for rune upgrades. Yay, Caden's leveled up. What legendary allows them to be that huge? That would be the cloak, I think? Yeah. Unquenchable fire. And if you mean the part where they spin faster and get spiky, that's from the Reaper. That's concentration from the concentrated inner strength. I just learned that control right-click auto drops items. and I thought it would auto-dismantle on the Craftmasters. I also tried that a bunch. I tried to find like a combination for auto-salvage or something. I couldn't find it. I also just dropped items in town. But then I got scared that I might accidentally drop something I didn't want to lose. So I stopped experimenting with it. Yeah, there's a lot of quality of life, but then there's a few things that feel a bit odd and janky. The main thing for me is the interface for the crafting menu. The way it only shows 3 things at a time and you have to scroll up and down a bunch. It feels very clunky. Just that whole crafting menu. Even though the crafting is really powerful, the interface for it is pretty bad. I was having fun doing Whirlwind my own way and then copied a stronger build because I was tired of going slow and got bored. Yeah, I've only done experimentation with my own build so far, and this one I kind of just stumbled upon. I think part of the interface issues have to do with the art style and everything being just really big pixels, basically. But I'm sure they could improve the crafting menu a bit. Make it fit more, so you can actually see and not have to use the scroll wheel so much. What do we get? That is actually quite disappointing from the amount of war chest quality we had. I really hope we get a lot of high level ones at least. Let's see. Unbreakable barrier? What is that? I don't know what it is. So I can't tell you if it's worth using or not. Did I get a bunch of these? No, I barely got any. RIP. Sad chest. We got a lot of legendary items. Let's see if any of them had good stats on them. Well, this is... Wait, why is this visible? It doesn't even have reinforced level. It shouldn't be shown to me. Huh? This would never make it past my filter. Mana regen. What am I missing here? Did I screw up my filter? No, I'm only showing pure stats with a perfect score or a reinforcement level above 9. This should not be shown. That is very strange. Max life, that's big. Alright, so... now we need to look through these as well. There's an armor. Retaliation. Not that I'm ever gonna build around that, but still. Man, I really wish that I could salvage all legendaries here. Or at least have a button to hold down to just click them into this. Control will drop them with the trash can. And right-clicking, I think, will equip them, right? Yeah, that's definitely not what we want to do. Feels bad. See, I wanted to finish my legendary collection today in order to be able to filter legendaries. My plan was to fill the entire legendary chest and then apply the same filters to legendaries. Do the kills on the vengeances of all three classes stack? Parts of it. Unfortunately, not all of it. Let me show you. You don't get the max life. The flat max life from other characters. But you do get the raw damage multiplier. See, I have a ton of raw damage from my vengeance. Mainly from playing on the Huntress. But the flat max life doesn't transfer over. Which is kind of sad. It does mean you can easily get the damage at least, but you'll have to actually build defense on your character until it gets some victims of its own. Cheat dead belts. Oh, the belt that's... Wait, what does it do? Do I have it? I do. Whenever you're dealt damage, the damage cannot exceed... blah. I mean, you can use that, sure. There's a lot of belts you can use. Like this belt effect is not important to my build either. I'm not sure which one I want to use. I believe this one is really good if you're using an evasion stacker, right? Because then, when you do get hit, you can't die from that one hit. So if you have a shit ton of evasion, the one hit that gets through will never kill you if you have this. I don't know, I'm just kind of not super impressed with the belts in general. This one I used for a bit. I think I have that one in my other build link. Because I do rely on ancestral strikes anyway, this kind of deletes a lot of damage from big hits. But the problem with this one is that I'm not using a lot of regen, so if there's nothing for me to hit, this will just leave the staggered dot on me while I have nothing to leech from. Same problem that you would have with the boots that also stagger damage. But yeah, the life recovery is certainly an issue that needs to be solved. on this build, because you can't leech or life on hit with the inner fires themselves. You're only leeching with your whirlwind. It's a fancy way of saying 25% all damage reduction, but it is, in addition, like, you can stack them. You have layered defense, right? So it's pretty good. 25% all damage reduction as a layer of defense is pretty good. But it does require that you have some kind of recovery to deal with the dot. And this build just doesn't have that right now. At least I didn't build for that. Let's do whatever we can here with the reinforcement. 12. Oh, we don't even have that. How many harmonies do I need to stack for this? Oh, I guess we just do a 50 stack to get them to 13, and then we'll do the double reinforcement for 13 to 15. I did craft a bunch of harmony earlier, so it should be fine. Wait, put that there. How many would I have to do to make this work? 158, maybe? So many clicks. I wish I could... Why am I not using purple and green mats? I don't know. Is there a better way than this? I am using purple. This one, right? I'm not using green. Green 29? Why would I want critical? Critical reinforcement just means the potential stays. Why would I want that? You'll need to explain why I want that. Then you don't need to level them up again? But I don't mind leveling them up again. I don't have the resources to fully level them right now anyway, or fully reinforce them right now anyway. I'm doing it gradually and just leveling in between. It saves you time at the cost of resources, sure, but I've been grinding anyway, so why would I care? I would much rather do double reinforce and then level the potential manually. Because harmonies, I know that I can craft a bunch of, no problem. I have 3k, yeah, but I also can only use 3 slots here. I mean, I guess I could, instead of the blue, I could use an extra purple. It feels like a waste, though. Okay, we have another 13. No, wait, that... And using another purple would increase the failure rate as well by more, so let's just use the blue. But yeah, this desperately needs either a slider or a way to just input the exact number of harmonies you need to remove the failure rate. That would be some much needed quality of life for this. You can split them in your inventory. How? How do I even put them in my inventory? Like this? How do I split them? Huh? Put the left side of them and drag them in your inventory. Press L. I. I lost them. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Oh, hold shift. Hold shift while right-clicking while in this inventory. I see. Yeah, that's useful at least. Alt right-click? Alt is 100, shift is 50, or shift is 10, okay. Okay, that is actually useful. That's big. Let's do that one as well. Damn, but I can't, the fact that you can't do it from this menu is super annoying. Because now I have to prepare these ahead of time. Not knowing exactly how many I'll need because I'm bad at math. Alright, let's move these. 58. And then another 50. Shit, I did 100. Okay, at least we sped it up a little bit. I really think they should just allow you to push one button to move the exact number you need to negate failure, though. There shouldn't be a manual process in the first place. Alright, we are now... Except for these two items, we're at the goal for reinforcement. I don't want to go above 15. I mean, maybe I'll do a double reinforce up to 17 on some of these, but I'm not going to reinforce the 16 to 18, for instance. But now we farm potential for these two, and then finish them. So yeah, there's some quality of life that could be better. But my main gripe is this menu. The fact that it only shows 3 things at a time here. And needs to scroll up and down a bunch. And also it's not able to display the entire item without scrolling. I need to scroll while looking at the item to see the bottom of it. That is the main gripe I have with the interface for crafting. That could be a lot better. The legendary effects cap out on 15. Oh, nice. So 15 really should be the goal to strive for. I really don't care to go beyond that then. I do want to go to that. Maybe I can just brute force the rest of this. Hang on. We'll prepare the things ahead of time again. I want 58s. And then stacks of 50 to add to that. That's 60, that's not it. Characters need to walk smoothly. It feels laggy when I try to attack and move. It's just that you're attacking and then the attack goes on cooldown. I assume you mean this. They're not a... Like, there's not lag, it's just the fact that you're attacking whenever the attack goes off cooldown. So it speeds up and slows down. Because you still move while you're attacking. However, you don't move at full speed while you're attacking. But I can see how that can feel annoying if you're not used to it. I completely ignore that with my whirlwind, at least. On Huntress, you full stop when you attack during movement? Are you sure? I thought I also moved a little bit on Huntress. Maybe less, though. So much worse with Void Arrow. It pushes you back slightly too. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I guess some skills are different. So do that. And then 58. And then we'll just add 50s. Wait. Oh, we need potential. Okay, I was wrong about how this worked. We need potential to actually make it work at all. Damn. I'll just do it when we have potential then. I started to play with Void Arrow, that skill is Suffer. I see. I just played Arrow Shot the whole way. I know Void Arrow can be technically stronger, but the thing is, in order to maximize Void Arrow, you need to do like 3 attacks with one skill and then another attack. Like there's a rotation in order to maintain the instant charge, and I just don't want to do that. Hang on, let me go to my Huntress real quick. I don't remember what I was doing on Huntress. See, I don't even have purple items on this. I'm just doing a Vengeance build. Shoot, void shoot, shoot. That's the rotation? No, it's not. Hey, Giordano. There's a setup where you can do 3 void shots in a row. With the right skill setup. Where is it? There's another thing that affects it. I don't remember where it is, but there is a thing that affects it. Either way, the rotation is unbearable. Because I want the option to just tumble whenever I want. Without having to think about it. Like, I don't want to play a rotation in an ARPG. That's just not how I want to play. Yeah, my Huntress build is basically just arrow shot spam. And then tumble to move faster. And we're using unethical Vengeance. I don't have a ton of movement speeds, As you could see, I don't really have a good set of gear for this either. I'm just using Vengeance to brute force. My Huntress build was basically... Hang on. Kill this guy. Forkin. I was using this Huntress build to kill Slormancer for the first time. But this really struggles against projectile shields. You sit at 6k HP. Well, I don't have evasion or any kind of mechanics like that on this build. I don't think. How much do I have without Vengeance? If we go back to pure Big Fury, 35k. That's still decent. I believe this is the exact setup I used for Slormancer, just the Big Fury. You only stack armor. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I was still learning the game. I still am learning the game, to be honest, but my Huntress was my first character and I didn't know what I was doing at all. But we made it through to Slormancer. See, she's not as strong as my current knight. But I guess she does fully stop for the shots. And some people don't like the stuttery effect of this. On the smokescreen passive, the second last, there's a passive that made me want to stack armor. But that means you don't get tumble. How could you play with smokescreen instead of tumble? Evasion is equal to 60% of your armor. I see. Yeah, that's pretty strong. But tumble, though. I really like tumble. And my tumble also fires my arrow shots. I think how it originated for me, the reason why I decided to stick with tumble is originally I had... Look at my mana cost. I can fire 3 shots before going out of mana. And that's part of my rune setup as well. We just burn through mana to trigger the rune. And then I would run out of mana and have to tumble for the free arrows to get mana on hit. That's how I was solving my mana issues early on. Because my normal arrow shot is too expensive if I run out. But tumble is cheaper. I have 4k HP on my Huntress, I'm still unkillable without armor. Yeah, I know you guys have really overpowered builds and stuff, but I am just learning this game. Playing through it blind for the first time. And finding my own scuffed builds, and I'm having a blast with it. I don't need to play the strongest meta build to enjoy myself. I am interested in trying out the evasion stacking at some point, though. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Where's the knight? Let's go find the knight friend. Huntress is just unbalanced. I want to play the other classes soon. I mean, Inner Fire Knight is way stronger than my Huntress, at least. But maybe my Huntress was bad. That is a possibility. Right, the thing I actually wanted to test was the legendaries. So let's go to the Netherworld and see if there's class-specific ones that I'm missing. Oh, there's one. Tolerance Momentum Boots. Wizard's Catalyst. Let's go Primordial. I think there might just be class-specific legendaries that I'm missing. Because now I'm seeing them when I'm on the mage. Battle Mage's Mantle. Yeah, it's gotta be just class-specific ones. So I have to play all 3 characters in order to get my legendary collection completed. But I could maybe just re-roll them. Just take any chest and re-roll it into the one I need for the mage, for instance. It's gonna be expensive, but I would be able to complete it without actually making a build for the mage. Anyway, I'm way too fried, you guys. I think I'm gonna call it here for the day. I can barely talk anymore. I've had a headache all day as well, but I did really enjoy myself today. Thank you guys for watching. I don't know if I'll play Slormancer on stream next stream. We will see. I have another game that I want to check out, but I'm definitely going to return to Slormancer. And I'm still gonna work on a couple of YouTube videos for Slormancer as well. I'll finalize the knight build and make a build video for that, hopefully. The game I want to play is, no, it's a secret. We'll see. We will see. Thank you guys for watching. Have a good rest of your day. Hopefully I will see you next time. Bye for now.